What up? What up? What up? Welcome back. Another stream. Hopping on there today. Still kind of finishing the last touches of this SaaS app. Taking a little bit longer to kind of get this last 1% done for my MVP, but that typically is how it goes. Unfortunately, last thing I'm kind of finishing up today is handling pricing and payments. I've already done a bunch of testing offline, so my payments are actually working and set up. But now I actually have to start coming in here and getting the different features and functionalities based on subscription levels, which can be a little bit complicated, but shouldn't be too hard. Gonna have to go in there and kind of catch all the different routes and requirements and gate all those. I'd already done some strong gating on the server side, so server side, a lot of those features will already be locked off from people, but now I need to do it on the front end so people have a good understanding of the UI flow. UX is a very overlooked aspect of coding that I've seen, and it's definitely one that has such a huge impact on the overall success of an app. And this has definitely been one of those apps that I built that has challenged and pushed my UX understanding and experimentation and just getting a grasp of the best way to do certain things. And this is definitely one of those that has pushed that to its furthest limits. And I've definitely grown and learned a lot from this experience. So I'm definitely going to be using a lot of the things I've learned here and applying them to any other future kind of projects that I'll be working on for sure. So, like I said, let's check this out. Um, all my pricing is done and set up on the front end, as you can see here. I need to basically I have limits based on subscription level, and then I have features that are locked to specific subscription levels. And right now, I have actually done testing and set up. Which shout out to whoever it was in the last chat that told me I can use Cloudflare to tunnel to my local host, so I can actually do some live testing. Because when you're using like a payment gateway and you need webhooks, you cannot do that on local. But with Cloudflare, Cloudflared, however it's called, you can actually tunnel to localhost, and I've got that set up, and it's actually working. So shout out to whoever that was. I don't remember who gave me that suggestion, but I've that's the route I've gone. It's enabled me to test much more deeply on my local machine. So like I said, here's the pro plan, and I've already kind of started to set up a bunch of things. One of those is canceling a plan. So when you cancel, this is something that it's kind of you want to be very sure about and secure, is that when you cancel a plan right now, it's going to revert their limits back to the free plan, standard plans levels. So I have to basically account for if a user, for example, has multiple workspaces already and you're only allowed one in the free plan. When you cancel, what do you do with those other workspaces? What do you do with those excess members? And what do you do like with those excess projects? And the way I've decided to kind of do this is to basically freeze them in their state. Basically, they can no longer be interacted with; they become read only. But if you ever kind of upgrade back, it's gonna unfreeze those and allow continued access. So basically, instead of hard deleting, it's just gonna freeze them in their state, and you can still see them and view them. Clients and organization members will no longer be able to actively interact with them. So I think that's the best way to kind of do this, and that's kind of what I've been figuring out of how to do. So I wired this up basically kind of a two-step verification process to ensure that this is what you want to do, that you want to downgrade to free, and then I'm letting the user know, hey, right now you are actively over the limit, and it's going to kind of revert you back to the limit. And to do that, I'm allowing them to choose right here which workspaces they want to freeze, as well as kind of which projects from that remaining workspace they want to freeze, so they can still get to this requirement basically. So let's come here. Let's go foreground. Let's try that. All right, looks good. So just to make sure my testing is set up, I am going to come in here, create another project. Let's see. Here, all right, it's invited. Let me make sure it's that. Weird. So it shows up the dashboard, but it's not getting it in the actual notifications. I'll go fix that later. But all right, come in here, start this project. Now let's come back. Cool. I sent the message. He started it. Let's come here. Go to my projects. Started it, and then messages. He sent the message. Cool. A task. And let's assign this. All right, task creation is there. Let's create one more. Let's do an approval. One more. Let's say all right. So started some messages, create some tasks so I can make sure my free state is appropriately working. Let's come in here as the client now. So I got these tasks waiting for me. All right, so let's start this task. So mark it as completed. Back to my desk, see what else I gotta do. Let's approve this one, and then we'll leave this one pending. And then come in here. Let's go. All right, so this is the project lead. He's gotten all these, submitted a task, approved the task, and alerting me of all these tasks that I need to do. So come in here and I'll create a note. To speed, let's just say that. Basically all the different elements of a project. So when I come here and freeze this workspace as the owner, it should freeze it for everybody within the workspace, which I'm also admin, and it should freeze the project for everybody involved, including the client. So now let's test this. Go to test. And, let's make sure when I go to cancel plan, comes up which workspace is freeze. I'll freeze the last one I just did, and then also need to freeze projects in my last active workspace so I can get to this limit of 3. Let's just do oldest and this one. And what should happen is I should get taken to I should get a callback from Lemon Squeezy saying that, hey, this user is no longer subscribed and they are on a free plan. Actually, I just realized what's going to happen is going to leave time remaining. Let's do this. Let's just run this check. So I continue until 5/25/2026. Your subscription is canceled. Pro access continues. Let's come here. Let's check that. It's not there. It's gonna be here. This one cancel subscription. All right, let's go. Just canceled. All right, so it did work. Actually gets notified. Let me come in here, check my limits easy, make sure my webhook properly fired. I received true subscriptions. All right, so we know it did fire also because in the UI, it actually properly updated saying my subscription is already canceled. So then if I come here and make sure is canceling is being registered. So then let me see, make sure my canceling. So my subscription status equals canceled. So that's what it basically means. So now I'm actually picking up that it's been canceled. So it's actually connecting to my Limit Squeezy account and it is updating it appropriately for the user. And we're getting the cancel. So that all works. So I'm trying to figure out how to test. Something's frozen. All right, so it's canceled, but now I need to make sure this remains frozen without having to wait until this date. I obviously you don't want to wait until next month to make sure things are getting properly frozen. Let me see how I want to do this. Digital Tony Montana, what's up, man? What's going on? How's your day going? Yeah, things are definitely coming together. Getting these last finishing touches. It's always the last little bit that takes the longest, but trying to figure out how to properly manage subscriptions right now. said you still in chill, but I did a 48-hour investigation. I'm running 3 hours of sleep, man. I get it, man. Go ahead, man. We all need breaks, 1000%. Appreciate you popping in though. And I'm gonna add you on Discord here shortly. Found my account. So owned workspace is 1 out of 3. Out of 3 because I froze it. But all right, it's still working. Here, I'm going to need to simulate this, so I need to tell it to just go ahead and let's see, where am I? Notifications, permissions. All right, freeze. Okay. I'm trying to figure out the best way to do this. You get your Discord all set up. I'll send you the link to my investigation. You can check it out. Wild stuff, man. Sounds good. I'll definitely get you up there. Definitely found it, so I'm gonna get back on there and kind of start reaching out and linking up with people. 60 hours tracking the call scam center is crazy. That's crazy. I'm gonna have to ask you if you actually like found them and everything, and what happened with that. All right, it's tracing, freeze helpers, so I can recommend the best way to trigger them immediately in your current outflow. Direct API action. Built-in immediate path to downgrade. All right, it says 0 waiting. Use existing downgrade action, which I already do. So downgrade model confirms this call post. Calls post. Runs freeze logic, and why is this best for this? Extensions really help. Make all limit cancel if subscription exists. No temporary freeze without changing subscription state. Interesting. I can outline a minimal dev only trigger pattern for freeze and unfreeze endpoints. Let's say interesting. Let's come here. Check this. Billing. I need to have a button to upgrade as well. So let's come here. All right. So I need a button here. Accounts. Unfreeze all workspace on by call this after user creates a pro. Okay. Freeze user ID promise const. Need to refactor this. When you get the Reddit link, you will find it all out for yourself. All right, bet. I'm definitely gonna add you on there. Freeze all, unfreeze all. So here, add another section. It's canceling. Let's wire this up. And that. This is telling my 10. I'll give you a sneak peek. While I was tracking their movements, my double tunneled VPN got a UDP flooded and they tried to bounce my connection, but we stayed on the wire and pushed through. I apologize. Need more sleep. No apologies needed, man. I'm definitely gonna read it because that's interesting. Like, this is I'm assuming this is probably for one of your clients that you're like doing all this investigations for. You said it's one of those, a scam center out in Calcutta. That's kind of crazy. All right, so I need a button here. It's gonna allow a user to reactivate immediately instead of waiting until this completely gets, reaches the next billing cycle. Basically access until. That should allow them just to reactivate. Let me figure this out. It's literally like the last thing I need to do. All right, projects looks good. Task. All right, so that works. Restrictions end. All right, let's check this. Confirm the UI path. It's the medium freeze API. Nope, that's not it. Checking billing, checkout, search workflow, utilities, UI complete. Oh, that's what I gotta add. I gotta add an actual reactivation. There's no existing. Updated. Subscription resumed, I think is what I gotta do. All right, let's look at their docs. Learn how to effectively manage. All right, where's the resume? Possible to resume the subscription with a quick. All right, here we go. So I have a grace period if a subscription is canceled mid-billing period, which is what's happening. Grace period before it expires. Selected in an NZ value. Okay, should still have access to your app. Yep. And then during cancel period, it's possible to resume subscription. With canceled set to false. So just gonna throw this attribute back to false. Description is resumed like this. Description is changed back to active. If subscription is canceled, then reaches its next renewal date, ends that without being resumed, it will then expire. And status will change to expired. All right, so I gotta wire these up. Let's just copy all of this. All right, here's the grace period with subscription resume and subscription. Let's do this. You said you were a victim of probing. I just tracked it back. I mean, I need to learn how to do that shit. Like, if you're able to just like track them down like that, that's kind of crazy. You out there doing some reverse hacking. That's dope. For the companies as such. So I guess when you found them, when you tracked them down and you actually found them, like, what did you do? Like, what's the next step when you actually find out who they are and where they are, and you kind of get into their systems? Things are looking good on that app. My app, keep cool, man. I appreciate that. It's definitely been a process, but I am hoping I can get this up by the end of this week. Don't need to pause. Pausing is fine. All right, cool. Current cancel. Cool. This confirms your current flow needs 3 behavior changes. Cancel should start a grace period, not freeze immediately. Oh, so I'm frozen immediately. Should call women with cancel. So basically I'm just calling lemon squeezy and then just changing it to cancel, which is easy enough. Then I should only freeze on expiration, not cancellation. Cool. So you said you were the number 2 peer connection, TJ, to Japan yesterday, and I was pushing so much data. They made you part of the backbone. Got crazy. And you send the data to FBI and DOJ. Okay. I mean, I'd just be watching those little what the fuck is it called? The scam center, scam catchers, whatever, on YouTube that be calling those people and like getting into their systems and hacking their computers and shit like that. I thought that's what you were on. I thought that's the type you were on. That'd been crazy. Currently cancellation freeze immediately calls. Not just canceling. So canceling does not behave. All right, cool. So I can actually do the testing now because I thought it was freezing with the grace period, but I'm not. I am currently freezing immediately, so I should actually kind of better for me. So I can test this right now. Come to billing. Let's see. Call this my limits. Full set up all my workspace IDs. Equals auto freeze. So I freeze them all. Yeah, so there is no grace period. All right, so let's just check my user to make sure he is getting updated. All right, come to users. Let's find my account. Subscription. All right, cool. So it did update it to canceled. So my plan should also be also updated, but it's not. All right, so I got to fix that. It's supposed to update my status from subscribed to canceled, and then plan also to standard. Pro canceled. All right, it's a good call. Let's see. Let's see my plan. User subscriptions, plan, what are these? And then my plan was free, so shit. Okay, we also need to update.
Yeah.
Appreciate the sub, man. Ronaldo. Digital Tony Montana. That's what we do. You hit it right in the head. You track them, then save the data and send it to FBI and DOJ. Then we take them down and pass it along. Okay. I mean, you doing the Lord's work out there, because these scam centers are out of fucking hand. I don't know what's going on. Like recently, I've been getting like 5 to 6 scam calls a day. Like those straight up robocalls. I don't answer any of them. I block and report, but they literally keep coming. They went away for about like 2 months, and they just literally just start up again. So I don't know what the fuck's going on. I might need to change my number. All right, so let's just go ahead and check this. So we confirmed that even though it is canceled, my status gets updated as canceled, but my plan is still pro. So what I need to do is ensure that this doesn't allow me to still do things like create a workspace. Yeah, so I need to get all of those. Go ahead and delete this. You said they do this to wear you down. They're playing the long game. They want you to mess up and expose yourself. Nah, that'll never happen. Like if I see a number, I don't know it, I ain't picking up. If it's that important, they'll leave a message. Otherwise, yeah, that shit ain't never getting picked up. I ain't got time for that. There was one time, I'll tell a story. There's one time I picked up, like one time that was probably 10 years ago. I don't even know why I picked it up, but I picked it up and it was like, it was definitely a scam because it was some dude that was imitating saying that, hey, we're the police. Is such and such there or something. I'm like, I don't know who you're talking about. Nobody's around here with that name. Oh, they got a warrant if you don't come out here and let me know your address. Or he's like, or what's your address? And I gave him like some completely fake ass address. He was like, oh yeah, on our files, he's listed as living there. If he doesn't come through, he has a warrant for him. We're gonna come in and kick in your door. I said, you got the address, go ahead and pull up. So unless they kick down some random person's kind of like address, I ain't never heard from them again. Let's test to make sure properly gated. So, all right. So creating. If there. Okay, let's do some more. It's kind of complicated. Let me see. My workspaces, organizations. Go my slug. It's going to be here. Should say frozen at a time. Let's see how I want to do this. This is a little bit more complicated than that was going to be. All right, so members got that. Projects got that. But my workspace don't. You said you're sitting at 8.2K views on subreddit right now with 40 shares. Someone bigger than us will pick this up and report on it. And then it's on the threat intel subreddit if you didn't want to wait for that link. All right. So, I mean, for people that are tuning in, you want to see some crazy shit going on, go check out subreddit on threat intel. Beyond game is currently computed for project members, so I can give contract. Project page only use status for read only, not free signals. Uses not a workspace owner. Okay, so I should use my frozen at field. Project read only should be based on project of frozen at. Right access should be based on that member rows. Frozen at organization, right access. Do not base gating on Workspace ownership, cool. Full workspace for use in current read only, check, it's completed or reject mutations. Remember that frozen at is not null. All right, so let's do this. Let's go. Operations. Which task? Here it is. Require project access session rule. All right, I don't want to do this. All right, so what I'm testing right now is these projects were frozen, so I should not be able to still access them. But right now it is still possible, which should not be the case. Turn. Here it is. Project read only. Status. Boolean. All right, let's try this again. It's fine. Nope. All right, so kind of. All right, cool. So it did kind of get it already, but I need that same alert. Let's see, go to canceled one. All right, so I need a badge and I need to update this banner right here. So let's come here and do that. It's gonna be on my index though. This project canceled. Project canceled. This project canceled. All right, so let's just add another one. Let's go is project frozen equals project status. Don't think that's a status yet. It's not, so how did it grab it? It was project state dot frozen. All right, I need to grab this. Project state is where default values. Oh, set enter in a client. All right, let's do this. This will do full update. Pending active. You said, watch me build this from scratch is wild. I mean, it's wild building this from scratch. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna lie. There's always things popping up, and I'm like, damn, maybe I should vibe code. All right, let's update that. Here, make sure I grab all the areas I need to update this now. Let's add a frozen status to my project. Can call it easier. I think that's all I need to do. Maybe update my foundations. Oh, no. Sure. Yep, add you. What else do I need? Yeah, so I need to update you there. Remove that, and then all right, so it was BG Slate. I think I used something else. Badge. All right, so updated my badges, and then this as well. Be frozen, frozen. If status equals frozen, read only. Project is currently frozen. And is read only. So what I'm gonna do is I'm also gonna add a little button here. Say upgrade count. If I can spell. So as child, then link you to billing. Nice name. Let's go BG brand. All right, and then updating all those, updating that. Messaging read only, shows status if it's pending client or it's frozen if project equals status. Okay, project status equals frozen or project state equals frozen. Cool. Actually, since I updated my schema, cool. Migration, no errors, cool. So now that's equals frozen. Frozen. Membership, remember to delete that client or actually don't know why it renamed that. That's weird. Role equals client organization member session. See, no errors. What's it talking about? Errors in see, no errors. All right, shouldn't have errors. What's going on? Test server. Here it is. Type. Accessible type. Type frozen should be because I updated it. So what's going on? Frozen. I updated my schema. So just this one status, project status equals. Here. Test status. Shouldn't be a frozen in the task. Why should it even be? Project status value. Type public running the status add value frozen. right, so I fixed that error, but I got error and argument of type, project ID, strings. It's being weird. Try to figure out what's grabbing this return. This project says, so I gotta find my organization ID, access, project, access, project, client. So it's just adding it to it. Go. Let's come here. Let's try this again. So now I need to update statuses are properly applied. Now I need to update. Where is it? This project. All right, cool. This project completed. Let's copy you and let's add this as well. Frozen. Span. Span. Link. Upgrade. Account. Be gray. Text should be flex. Center. Give a gap of 1. See what that looks like. Status or right, so it's kind of picking up the status now, but I need to change this to not being this. Where's my project? It's not pending approval. It is project. Wait, overlay maybe? No, overlay for sure. Not do that. Cool. All right, so it's kind of coming together. This project is frozen. Messages are read only. Let's fix that text. Updated my, see if I made that fix. So updated that. Added missing required arguments to a list. Projects is Rams project is frozen and read only. Cool. Happy with those fixes. Now let's come here and fix this. Frozen. One. All right, so this project is frozen. Let's just read only. Upgrade your account. Let's go. See what white looks like. So 4 round. Check that. All right, it's a little bit better. Let's just clean this up. All right, so let's go. Instead of flex, let's go flex. No, let's not do that. Let's go here. And this right is frozen. Let's put you in a button. Let's go as child and then type. Default and then that does that shit. Go with full. Next, brown center. All right, and let's give you a let's go text. No. All right, check this. Cool. So now it's completely frozen. You can't add notes or task, and you shouldn't be able to. Yep, can't edit anything. This status needs to be changed right here. Go to layout. Status badge, I think. Status equals get state status as project status. So it's going to be here, and let's see, status equals frozen, case frozen, return frozen. All right, need to include dated but there. That's null for the status. All right, so this part is frozen, it should read only. Let's maybe BG brand. Put this. What's up, man? Thanks for joining chat. What do you mean by pro hooper? I mean professional hooper. I mean somebody who got paid to play basketball for a long time as a career. All right, let's see what it changed. Project status includes frozen. Kind of feels like overkill, but we'll see. Might eventually kind of rip this out and just have it be based on status, because right now it's not updating status when you downgrade an account, and it's actually not working. So pending should say frozen. All right, let's check this out again. That's cool. Why the switch of careers? I wouldn't really call it a switch of careers. It's just I've done it for 14 years and pretty much my entire life. So just a natural kind of end of the road type of moment. Like you're starting to get to the end of your career. You're trying to think about what you want to do next. And what I want to do is go into full on building things and like programming and software development. And like, this is just the next kind of route for me. It's not necessarily a switch. It's more so like close to retirement. Time to start doing something else, basically. All right, my tasks are still passing, but it actually didn't update my status helper. It's a little overkill, but it's amazing, bro. Good luck, man. I appreciate that. Definitely need all luck I could take, but it's definitely it's been a process kind of getting here. It's not something that just happened overnight. It's something I've been doing honestly for large portion of my life, has been kind of building things on the side. Now it's just something I want to be able to do full time, and this is just me going all in and figuring it out and like learning things as I go. So appreciate you kind of jumping in there, watching me kind of like live code and learn how to do things as I go. bypassing helper labels, unbatchable to use game project, so frozen picks up the same. And it's not. Raw status text, I'm doing one more quick scan. Project status label. Let's come here. Projects. All right, so that's actually low-key getting grabbed. Now let's come here. Check this. Going on. All right, so it is grabbing the new status that I've implemented as frozen, but it's not here. Let's clean that text up. Let's come here. All right, frozen is, where am I? Text white, there we go. Foreground.
Yeah.
Space Bear, man, appreciate the follow. Let's go gray. I see how it's different enough from completed. Cool. Frozen, frozen, frozen. It shouldn't be frozen though. Let me see. 1, 2, 3, 4. They should not all be frozen. It should only be. Should only be 2. This project's frozen. Message read only. Space Bear over there on Twitch, man. What up? This is a cool concept. How long did it take for you to learn how to code? To learn what I'm doing right now with this language, with TypeScript and with like frameworks, I would say 8 to 9 months to like kind of get to a level where I feel pretty confident. Overall though, like I had a kind of basic understanding, not a basic, I had a pretty good understanding about coding before I like fully went in. First language I ever learned, which was, I don't know even how long ago that was, that had been like maybe 10, 12 years ago, was Ruby on Rails. And then I started kind of learning JavaScript. And then from there, obviously learning like React. And then from there, learning frameworks and TypeScript with that framework. So to get to this point, like I would say 8 to 9 months pretty like confidently, I would say, in terms of like what I'm doing now with this coding. But I kind of knew, I didn't come in like raw basically. I had a good understanding about how to code and how to build things before, but with this kind of setup and new way of coding and building, it's probably 8 to 9 months. All right, so whatever reason it's not picking this one up, but it is just a test pending. These all shouldn't be frozen. Should just be these two. This isn't frozen. Sorry, so something's getting picked up wrong. Let's restart my. Makes sense. What did I mainly use to learn? I mean, back in the old days when I was like doing stuff on the computer and building websites and building apps, it was all forms. Honestly, it was Stack Overflow is a big resource for me when I was building things with Ruby on Rails and like building my first kind of apps way back in the day. It was basically Overflow as a self-taught kind of person, a little bit of YouTube, but to like learn TypeScript and React and using these frameworks and everything that I'm kind of doing now, my main kind of source of starting out was honestly Free Code Camp. Free Code Camp was really good for me in terms of like learning the basics and getting a good foundation and understanding of like how to build on top of those things and like understanding concepts and just understanding like the general flow of what you should do to kind of start building anything and like understanding like how things connect, especially with like React and like the backend because I had never used React before. And then learning like JavaScript on a deeper level, it was really helpful in that kind of sense. Free Code Camp gave me like a good kind of head start. And then when I like obviously did the YouTube tutorials to like build like simple apps and whatever, but I kind of fell off that pretty quickly. I think people should avoid those. Kind of like keep it to a minimum. Don't get kind of stuck in tutorial hell, as they say. So I started doing that and then did that for about 3 weeks. And then I was like, all right, it's time to just start building. So then I just started building my own apps and kind of like really getting hands-on and learning because as much as you learn kind of from courses and things, like it's just barely scratching the surface. So like I really kind of got more confident and like substantially more confident and have a better understanding of what is going on in apps and code by just doing it and kind of picking some of the hardest apps and things I could think of and then figuring it out along the way. So Free Code Camp, YouTube, and obviously like Stack Overflow back in the day, and then nowadays obviously you have AI that you can kind of ask questions for and like really pick its brain about things. But other than that, like the biggest kind of scale up for me was just starting out and building apps and building shitty apps and fucking up and making mistakes and running into roadblocks and walls and like learning how to overcome them and like understanding patterns and things. So honestly, like building things is the biggest kind of like improvement I've gotten by just literally hands on keyboard as much as possible. All right, so it's kind of picking up my frozen, but it's not picking up the right ones because these shouldn't all be frozen. So I need to understand why these are also being picked up as frozen, but it should just be 2. And why it's not displaying. So let's come here. Layout. Status. Batch maybe. All right. Project's frozen. Message read only. Upgrade your account. All right, cool. Now I got it. Frozen. Can't create a note. Can't create active. I can come in here and see what's going on, but I can't do anything with it. And then let's come back to this other one. No task. So let's just come to my other workspace that should also have frozen projects as they are. This one actually has tasks. See, now I need to freeze this. It should not be able to happen. Appreciate the follow. I think Palmaton, I think that's what he says. Complete. So these shouldn't be visible. I should be able to view a task, but I should not also be able to do any of these actions. So that also needs to be updated. Come here. Just on this card. Check my actions. All right, so it should be here. Disable task action. Let me see. Where's disable? All right, it is canceled or so it's not getting passed down this read only. That's what's happening. Read only is coming here from my props, and then where is it? Now for my props, let's come to index. See what's getting passed down here. Is project canceled or project frozen? Now when I come back, cool. I can view, but I need to come update these. But on the timeline itself, disable. Space Bear, thanks for advice. I'm thinking of starting to learn how to code, not really to get a job, but just because there are a couple of projects I want to build. I mean, that's the right approach, honestly. Like that's what kind of keeps you going is having ideas and things that you want to build. Like have and find something that like really makes you want to like learn, because you're gonna hit some definitely roadblocks and some difficult moments. But if it's something that you really want to do, that's like really pushing you, like especially building projects, go for it. So like I said, if you really want to learn, use a free course, free code camp. They got a lot of resources there. Hit the forums, hit Reddit, hit Discords if you can. Do some basic kind of YouTube tutorials, but once you kind of like feel like you have a kind of basic understanding of coding and whatever, just start building things. Like that's just gonna, that experience of building something and building something big is going to like push your skills to a whole nother level, because there's just a lot of like third-party apps and APIs and packages that you just will not have an understanding about, and how to do or how to even hook things up or how those things connect until you actually start doing it. Back snapper, we actually programming. Yeah, we are actually. I have expected a fully vibe coded project. This is sweet. Nah, man, no vibe coding over here. What's the fun of that? Like a lot of people always say, like, why don't you vibe code? It's just what's the point? Like that's not fun to me. Like I don't want to watch a computer code. I actually want to get hands on and build. And also, from my experience of using AI, which I didn't use for like the first 6 months of learning, is that it makes a lot of mistakes and opens a lot of vulnerabilities and just puts out a lot of like unnecessary code and things that you're always having to kind of go back in and fill in the gaps. I think it's good for building and helping you build like a big app, especially if you're doing it alone like I am and don't have like other people to kind of tap in and do things. It's very good for certain things, but I would never fully vibe code a production app that I want people to use. Palmatan, I was watching on YouTube and wondering who you were responding to. Yeah, I got three different. I'm streaming on three different places: Twitch, Kick, YouTube. So all in the chat. I try to like call out where you're from, but yeah, I chat all over. Vibe coding. You don't learn from mistakes. Exactly. You don't know what's fucking up or what's wrong until you do it yourself. Like until you make those mistakes and then you start seeing like the code starting to do the same mistakes. I don't understand how you would maintain something like that at any like production level, because there's just going to be a lot of dumb mistakes that it's going to make, and you're going to not really know why and understand what's happening in your code. Like vibe coding takes you so far away from the kind of base level of your app. It just doesn't really make sense to me, because if I want to make things change, if I want to make big changes later, or I want to fix issues, I don't want to spend all day kind of figuring out what's wrong. The concepts of mistakes I made writing in HTML are still completely relevant today. Absolutely. Like I just see so many like basic mistakes that it'd be making sometimes that I'm like, there's no way I would ever let it just handle everything. And then again, this is a multi stage app that I've been doing, and this is just kind of the basic level. Like I couldn't imagine vibe coding all this and then trying to add on top of that again later on when all context has been lost. Like how's it going to grab all that and then understand exactly what you're doing? So I think it's a major plus in terms of like if you already know how to kind of code yourself and you know what's going on in the code and you know how things should and should not look, that is a huge bonus. But if it's literally just letting it do everything, I don't understand how people are able to run any serious app. I think if people really understood mistakes that AI be opening and security holes be opening, I don't know if a consumer would actually be using some of these apps, but that's just me. It didn't mean anything to me back then, but that experience is useful when it comes time to fix things or give advice, right? That's more work than learning to do it yourself. Exactly. Like I've run into people all the time that are like, I vibe code this whole app and now you spend every day like fixing new problems that new features break that you add. But like if you knew what the code was doing before, when you added those features, at least if you had the context to even at least point your agent in the direction of adding those features, you wouldn't have those problems in the first place. Like it's mind blowing to me, like honestly. But I mean, I understand it because there's definitely giant companies all relying on vibe coding themselves. So I understand why people might feel that that's the route they should be going. I'm a learn by doing type of person, so like I need to go fuck up and make mistakes myself before I let any agent kind of do what it wants. And honestly, like learning how to do it is, I don't know, it's just gonna make you so much better and so much faster. And just everything I've been learning, I've applied to every other project and freelance thing I've been doing, and it just make you so much better. All right, so I am button disabled. Should not be. Control F. It is. All right, so it is project. Project that. Let's cancel. No. All right, let's come here. Check this again. Cool. Because it's frozen. Come back to task. Let's update that now. See, task. This is the right one. Is project read only. Is getting should be already being passed down. All right, let's see if I can find out where it's getting passed down. This project only. All right. You build something with the goal in mind or just training? I'm actually building this as a kind of production level app. So I actually plan on launching this this week, hopefully. Granted, everything kind of goes appropriately and I am able to finish what I need to finish. All right, so that's locked down. Cool. All right, so I locked these down. So you can't add a note, you can't add a task. Project is frozen. That's read only, frozen. So yeah, it's definitely something I plan on kind of launching this week. I know I got a few new viewers in here, so appreciate y'all tuning in. I might go through my app and show y'all kind of what I'm talking about, but basically, general concept is that this is a kind of project management system, client delivery system that allows freelancers and small businesses and other businesses, agencies, consultants, whoever, to basically be able to run a client. This is all kind of placeholder right now, but this is the general kind of like flow. This is for SEO and obviously building a full kind of production SaaS, allowing a agency to run a client through the entire process from like onboarding to messaging to task management to everything, and along with like other people you might be working with or co-employees or co-workers and whatnot in one kind of like timeline in one space. So I've actually been building this for about a month, maybe a little bit now, more now, but it's going to be actually a full production app, and it is a full production app. It's all features for my MVP are all done and all set. Last thing I'm doing is handling subscriptions and basically gating everything in terms based on like what level somebody is at on their subscription plan. So that's kind of the last little bit that I'm doing. It's frozen. All right, so as a client, you cannot also interact. You can still see, but if you go to the timeline, it clearly shows this project. This shouldn't be showing unless you're the owner. All right, so that's good. So now let's gate that button. Actually, let's go back. Yeah, it just looks like you were handling the final touches. Yeah. Yeah. It's always that last, 1 to 5% of a app or build that always seems to take the longest, because there's always just little things that you didn't really think about at the time that end up taking way more time, and dealing with like, roles and permissions is always a very kind of long process for me, because there's just so many kind of edge cases you try to catch early on. But yeah, I'm definitely at the home stretch, so to speak. I definitely got like all the branding and marketing and SEO done, and I just need to get this last little bit of payment and subscription handling done, and I can get this up. Let's go to here. Let's go dashboard. Project, and then you wouldn't be messing around with that read-only free state stuff early on unless you wanted a headache. Absolutely. Absolutely. Like, this is the least roles and permissions and access and gating and all that shit. That is the least fun aspect of any kind of app, in terms of like, you got to do the authentications and doing all that. It is not fun. It's the part that I always put off to the last minute, because I just want the feature. I want to build a feature, and then once you got the feature done, you're like, all right, cool, looks good. But now I got to think about like these 100 different scenarios and cases that might happen or might not happen, but I need to ensure that I have proper controls for. And yeah, it's very very time consuming in terms of like making sure everything's properly covered, and it's definitely the part that I always leave to last. All right, let's update this. I also want to update task. I'm not forward thinking enough to do it early. What's funny is like I actually had all that like planned out, and I had it actually written down in terms of things I needed to do. But as I kept looking at it and compared to like actually the features that I actually was looking forward to building, I just kept pushing it farther and farther and farther. And I was like, I really don't want to do this. And actually, I thought about this early on, but nah. I don't know if you're a developer or a programmer. You might. It sounds like you are yourself. A big help for me is honestly Notion. I like put all my ideas in there and try to plan out as much as I can beforehand. Or I use a whiteboard. I literally use a whiteboard. Like I write down on the whiteboard because I will forget so many things that you need to cover and add and fix if I didn't write it down. All right, so it should be adding a simple update to my badge here so it can show. It shows it here, frozen. See if it shows it here. It does not show it here. All right, so for whatever reason, it shows it here. So it might not be getting passed down here in the index. And then I need to show a frozen state for these tasks. All right, there we go. So updated, it's frozen. Let's come here, see what it did. Go index. So it's passing down my frozen at. And then now, or so status project that frozen at, frozen. Cool. And let's see if it's gone. It's project frozen. It's adding a new state for my actual task. Effective task status. So it should have updated it in here. It's gonna update somewhere here. Yeah, it's gonna update it probably here. You said you started out with HTML front end in the 90s and first jobs late 2000s. Okay, that's what's up. HTML is definitely my first one as well. And then you did software stuff for fun, but since COVID, I decided to redive into software. It's fun. It is, man. Like I tell people all the time, like I'm not. I wouldn't consider myself a coder or a programmer. I don't like necessarily love the necessary inside baseball of coding and like under like building the best coded thing ever. I am way more interested in actually building systems and building something that's functional and building something that people actually want to use and like from full scale, not just like the actual building of it, but also like the branding of it, the marketing of it. So like I'm definitely much more of a builder than a coder or programmer, but it's definitely fun. It definitely itches. I mean, definitely scratches that itch of wanting to build something for me. Display status. Frozen at is not null. And frozen and project status errors. Why is that not showing what I need? Task timeline is not showing. Probably gonna need to update my task status. Project task status pending. Yeah, I'm gonna have to. All right, so let's come here. So, this is what I mean. That last 1% always adds extra shit that you didn't plan for. So I'm gonna have to update my task status to include frozen, but then I'm also going to need to update my notifications. So if somebody has a client and then all of a sudden the person I'm working for gets their shit frozen, they freeze it, they should also be notified that it's frozen. So I'm gonna have to also add that. So all right, and let's come here. No errors, so that should be good. Let's run it again. kind of like being handy around your house or handy with the car. It's definitely useful in 2026. Be handy with the computer, 1000%. I say it all the time. Like, even if you're not using this as a career, nowadays, if you don't know how to use a computer or you're not able to kind of build something yourself, it's kind of putting yourself at a giant disadvantage. And also, I don't want to rely on all of these giant corporations that are putting out shittier and shittier products and then not even getting your money's worth for. So, like, being able to build something to do exactly what you need it to, even if you're not using it at a commercial level, is an insane flex and an insane ability to have, and one that I definitely plan on continuing to build for myself. If I can like free myself from like all these little shitty apps that require subscriptions or just start shitifying themselves or putting in extra features that I don't want, and I can be able to just kind of like build it on my own quickly, that would definitely be the sweet spot for me. All right, notifications. All right, so let's do this. Sidebar test. Now render's frozen. Project is frozen. My next task. Original test. Show frozen for test. Project tests. All right, I want you to explicitly. How to do that, and then let's see what it does. Come here. It's frozen. All right, cool. So let's get updated. Frozen, frozen. This needs to be fixed. I think I realized something. Actually, let's not do that. All right, so what I was going to do is I was going to update all of my tasks in a project to also be and show that it is frozen and that they cannot be kind of handled. But I just realized if I do that, I'm going to double the amount of work that I have to do, because then once a project or a workspace is unfrozen, then I also need to unfreeze each task, which means I would have to again update my schema to maybe hold a state of their previous state so I know exactly what state they were in before unrolling that. So I'm not going to do that. I'm just going to leave the project set frozen and then maybe later on add that refinement, but right now I am not going to do that. Remove changes. Task status. That'll be a later refinement down the line for me. I'm not going to go into all that and like do all these extra steps just to show that something is frozen, because I had to reset that status to what it was previously, and I don't want to do all that. The individual task can be frozen apart from the overarching project. So tasks can be tasks have their own statuses and their own states that are independent of the project. They kind of live on their own, but they live within a project. But if a project is canceled, then all tasks are canceled or and whatever. But the issue with the frozen thing that I'm kind of facing is that it's a unique state that only applies to when a user, let's see, has their subscription expire or they cancel it. So while it's canceled, a project is frozen, workspace is frozen, easy enough. But then you have to go in and freeze each individual task, and then you have to basically take note of or store their previous state. So then, if a user were to reactivate their account, which unfreezes all of those previous like workspaces and projects, then I would have to grab that previous state of those tasks and then re-update those statuses back to what they were before. That's kind of the dilemma I'm kind of facing right now. I might have a kind of easier way of doing that, and I might not hard code the status change to frozen and just kind of pseudo it. So I might do something like that. We'll see. So you want to preserve the task frozen status for if/when the project is frozen/unfrozen status change. Exactly. So the frozen is really, it's not even a status as the other ones. So a task can be like pending, in review, completed, canceled. Those are like hard statuses, and those are all wired to specific actions that happen to change those statuses. Whereas frozen is more so a pseudo status. So what I'm probably going to end up doing is not using what I've been doing and actually adding those tables to my schema, but instead I will probably just use a pseudo kind of label to indicate that it's frozen, but beneath it, it's still the previous state it was. So that's honestly probably what I'm going to do. I'm just going to use a pseudo kind of label and have it frozen based on the status of the project itself. So I don't have to worry about rolling back statuses and having kind of mismatches between actions and whatnot in tasks. So I think that's what I'm going to do. Right. Don't want to do duplicate. Exactly. The the best thing about like learning how to code, and like, one of the hardest things about learning how to code is you really start to understand why people are so kind of mad about all the slop that AI puts out. Because a true coder, like somebody that's actually building things, is going to try to find the least road of resistance and the least amount of code that they could possibly put into something to function the way they want it to. Whereas, when you do these agents, they literally just throw as much code as they possibly can to get the most simple things done, which makes maintenance a fucking nightmare. So yeah, I'm really not trying to do the duplicate work. So yeah, so I'm probably gonna do like a pseudo kind of label by reading the status of its project, which is an owner, and then kind of update from there and just show a kind of fake label. I should be doing it. Let me see. Cool. Basically roll all those back, and I'm gonna give a fake label for these instead. All this is frozen. All right. Like I've been saying, man, that last 1 to 2% is such a bitch sometimes. It's like just want to be done, but there's always just little cases like this that like take a ton of attention. Upgrade. All right, so I need to grab the session access. What did I pass down an outlet? Permissions. All right, so I need to fix that. If the individual task can't be modified in a frozen state, I don't think you need anything but a Boolean stating whether the project is frozen or not. Yeah, I think that's what I was going to end up doing. Just do a quick little check to see if the project is, which I already kind of have wired up already for a lot of my routes. So, for example, let me go to my task. It should be here. I'm gonna run around again. Yeah, so I should be able to just check here. Is project frozen? And let me see. Let's go. Because I pass it down to my timeline. All right, so here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna go is project. Pass that down. And then let's go here. Default true to false. And then let's go to my status. Badge, cool. Badge, class name, let's come here. And then is still like that. And then is project not frozen. Otherwise, not frozen. Do that. Otherwise, let's do all right. Let's check that. All right, cool. Yeah, so it does freeze appropriately. So let's come here. Ray 500. So Mayor, yeah. All right, cool. So it stays frozen, and I don't need to mess with its actual status. I can just display a different badge. Apply that now to all of these. Come here. timeline again. Let's just do the same thing. I need to do the same for my sidebar. Knocking down tickets. Yeah, I mean, that's that's eventually what it becomes down to. When you kind of get to those last stages, it's literally like, all right, what tickets can I knock down? Which one's going to take the longest? What can I kind of get through? It's just like that never ending like list of tickets that you had to kind of get to towards the end. And it's basically it. Now it's like, all right, what can I knock out? I think I'm be on the wrong. Tripping or oh, I know why. All right, let's change those. Dashboard. Undo that. Let's undo you. Nice test as well as this added return status default pending. Undo you. You. Unnecessary code. This project I've frozen at. Oh, I know why. Come here. Just remove this again. Let's come here. Project status. Task status is. Added JSON. Let's come here. Here. What else I got? Layout is. This error. Come here. I think I'm gonna just make that into a component. Let's see. Cool. Let's import that, and then let's come back to my sidebar. And let's come to my task timeline. Let's change this as well. Frozen batch. Cool. More errors to fix. Not find. Chat level with a bat, man. What up, man? Thanks for joining the chat over there on YouTube. What you working on? Project looks huge. Oh, I see client in one of the files names Next.js project. This is not a Next.js project. It is, I actually use Reactivator 7, which is similar. It's just a different framework, formerly Remix. Project is pretty big. It started out as a kind of small undertaking and it's just grown over the weeks. But what I'm building is a kind of client slash project management app for like freelancers and small businesses and agencies to easily manage a client and take them through the entire kind of process of, you know, a project, from onboarding to communications to bringing in coworkers and team members and whoever else that you might need to be involved into it, with all in kind of one timeline and kind of a central place to manage everything without having to deal with emails and everything. I might probably show this somewhere pretty soon, but fixing some errors right now. Where's my project state? Is project. Should fix that error, and then one more. Remove this. Don't need to normalize. Let's remove this. Task status. Does that mean notifications? It's gotta be my server. No, I know why. Message that. Notification type. Let's see. Oh, I need to update my notification because I also added a project at Frozen. So let's tell it to go ahead and fix those. So I don't have to do that myself. Okay, thanks. Errors. And all right, so what I'm going to do is, since I am going in here making a new status, notification status type for projects being frozen to a client, so I need to basically take it through the whole notification lifecycle, meaning I need to not only notify them via email, but also in app, and then create all that wire that. So I'm going to tell it to fix these error and wire up a new notification for frozen projects. Should notify the client and project leads. VS Max, man, what up, man? Do I use Cloud Code or just Copilot? I just use VS Code's Copilot. I have a, what is it, a GitHub Pro subscription, which allows me obviously to use some agents. So that's pretty much what I've started with, and that's pretty much what I've stuck with. Does what I needed to do. I don't really use AI agents in general, kind of like to just run things for me. I use it for implementation and for refactoring and doing all the little things that I don't like to do. So So I've actually never touched Claude Code. I've used Claude. I use some of their agents. They used to have Opus in here. I don't know if they still do, but I just use whatever's came with VS Code in my GitHub subscription. Maybe when I get a little bit more comfortable into a different level, I'll start using more agents and kind of go in there. But right now, just Copilot. Trade level, what up? You finding React better pleasant dev experience? Absolutely, absolutely. First few ones I actually ever built were on Next.js. My first few apps were all on Next.js. But a few things that kind of irks me about it. One of those, obviously, being Vercel's lock-in and not having the easiest um experience with deploying the way I want to, because I'm the type of person that I like to have full control of what I'm building from start to finish. I don't like handing off the keys to somebody and like being at their mercy. So the Vercel lock-in was a big problem for me. And then also kind of the way that they handled client versus server, I didn't really love. I felt like it abstracted things far too much for me, for my kind of personal experience. So I was like, there got to be something a little bit better. And React Router 7 is definitely a much more dev friendly experience for me in terms of like I understand more clearly everything that's happening, and I can really go in there and like mess with the loaders and the actions and tell it to do exactly what I want to do on that specific route. So for me, it's definitely a much more dev friendly experience, the one that I liked and enjoy much better because I get to see exactly what's going on and have a little bit more hands on approach. But Next.js is extremely easy, almost too easy. And I do think it's, a good platform still, but I didn't like the Vercel lock in, and I didn't like some of the abstracts they were doing. It's the same reason like I switched from Prisma. Like I used Prisma at first and I just did not like what they were doing and like hiding what the SQL was doing and like seeing all that. Like I like be able to see exactly and make the calls that I want to call. So I switched to Drizzle and I switched to React Router 7. DDS Max, that's dope, man. Appreciate it. You a programmer, you a developer, you in software engineering? What are you doing? All right, so it should have wired up a bunch. So added, I don't know why it added this back, honestly. I did not want that. Cool. All right, so it added that new type to my projects of type of frozen for my notifications. And then I don't know why I added this. Whatever. I don't really know why it's forcing this normalized task status when it's pretty much the same. All right, anyways, task status. All right, here's the notification I'm looking for. Cool, this is just my destination. That's just my linkings. And then here's my shared notification file that, again, add that type. And then my core right here. All right, create a project frozen notification. So I'm looking for, pass along those arguments, project ID, organization A, actor, and then get the project context and get the name of the actor, and then build my notification recipient list of everybody needs to be notified, being the lead, project lead, and a client. Then you create it, you map through all the recipients, and then you notify each one individually with this shape right here. And here's the body, froze, blah, blah, blah. This project is currently frozen and read only. Cool. That's what I want. I want to make sure it updated my notification emails though. Should be in my should email, test and status. So I need to go in here and tell it to do that as well. I think it might have forgot. All right, something's going around with this. Export type, project list. Probably some syntax error, to be honest with you. Share level, very interesting to see how other devs code, especially with AI agents. I haven't quite figured it out. I let agents write the code. I keep it, and then I rely on Git to roll me back. I find 2 layers of AI editor and Git as 2 version controls very confusing. Let agents write the code, and I keep it. So when you say you rely on Git to roll me back, so basically, like if it breaks or something, you use Git to kind of go back to a previous. Is that what you're basically saying? Quite fair. I let agents write the code. So I definitely write code way less than I did when I first started. Which I'm not mad at because I was never like loving writing out the line of code. And honestly, you find yourself doing a lot of copy and pasting anyways and reusing kind of previous code and kind of refactoring as you need. So the way I kind of use my AI agents is I use it for planning, honestly. First of all, like it's great at planning and understanding my code base and understanding gaps that I might have and things that I might need to change. So before I even touch any new feature, I do a deep planning phase and I like understand everything that needs to be done and gaps and holes and potential issues, and like I really kind of go back and forth it and build out a solid plan that I'm like happy with. And then I go by each single phase, and a lot of the core kind of app has already been built by me. So then I basically just point it towards exactly what I've done and like kind of like, hey, you see what's here, you see how I already coded it, you see kind of the patterns I'm doing, fill in the gaps basically with this new feature, and then like build it what you want. And I kind of review along the way from each phase. So like I'm not at the point where I'm willing to let it just kind of run crazy, because one thing I found about AI, especially if it loses context, it just starts doing shit that's just so contrary to the rest of your app that I'm like, I don't understand how we got here. So like I can't just throw it at a full feature and like build this thing from start to finish. I need to like kind of still babysit a little bit. Bob Bros 3414. This SaaS app is gonna be your hawk tool. I can feel it. I mean, that's a crazy statement. I'm not gonna lie. That is a crazy statement, but hey, she did make what $1 million in like 6 months from this. So like, who knows? Maybe it is. But that is a crazy statement. But I ain't mad at it, man. Appreciate the support. Chair level, yeah. Because AI editors offer the code and has a keep button, but can't really tell if what it shows me is virtual or if it really rewrote the file in the file system. So I always press the keep button. I mean, are you coding? What IDE are you coding in? Because as I do it, if VS Code, it shows you everything it changed, whether you want to keep or undo line by line. So I'm not really sure what IDE you're using. If it doesn't show you that, like right here, it shows you right here, like in green. This is basically what it added, and then in red, it'll show you kind of what it changed. I don't know if I can find it in any of these files, but right here, it'll show you what it removed and it'll show you what added. So not really sure. Just like orient myself on what actually changed, and using Git forces me to look at the code and keep what I like. Yeah, I mean, hard to see, but look right here, you can get all the files it changed right here, and you go through each file, and you can literally kind of go through your file and scan, and you'll see like, all right, this is added, this was removed, this was changed, this was moved, stuff like that. That's kind of how I do it, and then keep what I want, remove what I don't, and modify what needs modification right there in the file, and then I keep them at the end. But like you can see right here, like it removes this, whatever, for whatever reason, removed. This is user projects. Pages to sell smart projects. So yeah, I don't really know what IDE you're using, but for VS Code, I know you can just literally just kind of scan the file and that's been changed, and you can see right away what's been added or whatnot. Based on, all right, let's go. Did you wire up? I made a bunch of changes. Oh, you use cursor. Okay. Okay, so I've never actually used cursor, so I don't really know how they kind of do things. Sounds like they don't show you in file the changes that they made, which seems kind of crazy to me if that's the case. Use cursor for agents, planning, and NeoVim for navigating. Okay, okay. Um, so I guess NeoVim doesn't show you the changes right there. Is that what I'm kind of understanding? Because I mean, I thought all IDEs did that, but I've really only used VS Code for most of my kind of time, and it does a good job of showing you pretty much the changes that it's making along the way. You can like visually see like, okay, this is what it code to change, this is what it did, keep this, throw this away. You know what I'm saying? Is that not the case with NeoVim and Cursor? All right, so this is updated. Sidebars are updated now. These are updated. If I go to task, I need to update that still. But one nice thing is I can still kind of see which task, what state they were in before they were frozen, but it still shows that it's a frozen task and you should not be able to access that or change anything. All right, frozen project, frozen. All right, cool. So next thing I need for this is just this last one. Check navigation. Type is not in-app only, so okay. Also in the send bit. Always insert notification type. Okay, so it's always sending. Actors excluded. Delivery mode if recipient mode immediately send. To their project status update route. It does not have any fire for background system freeze operations. All right, so this needs to go in there fix as well. It does not automatically fire. Basically, only updates when the status is updated on the layout route, but it needs to happen on the back end. So I need to create, so basically I just need to call create project frozen notifications when updated. So I'll note that. Remember, I need to change that. You said, nah, it's exactly as you showed. Green for what's added, red for the, but what if I forget to press the keep button and I start editing / commenting the code? I mean, from what I've experienced, even if you edit the code and then maybe you press keep later, it still keeps the changes that you added. It doesn't like re-change back to the old thing. That's from what I've experienced on my VS Code, that I can still come in here and like literally change this as I want. And then if I click keep or forget or keep later, it still keeps those changes that I made. So that's been my experience. All right, let's come here. So where am I? Status badge. Here. If frozen. You cannot find. What the fuck does that mean? It's acting a little slow. All right, cool. So gets updated, sidebars updated. I come to timeline, it's updated as well as showing it's all frozen. I need to scope this button right here so it doesn't show for clients. All right, let's not waste time. Let's go. Scope. Only you can upgrade, which would be workspace owners. Just tell it wire up this to do. Oh, okay, that makes sense. Yeah, I mean, it's pretty flexible. Like anything you change is still going to remain even if you press it later. So you don't have to worry about it too much. Honestly, it's pretty good in that kind of situation. All right, so it's showing frozen. It needs to show frozen, and then this should also show a different overlay. That one should be easy enough to figure out. All right, so I got rid of that button. This prompt is frozen. Messages are read only, so they cannot see it. There should be no upgrade for them. And then let's check for my other user. Same, cool. So it is locked, but then if I sign in as my first user, should see it. And I don't. So let's fix that. Can't upgrade workspace is somewhere. Let's see. That's what I thought. Organization membership does not have access, require project access. Let's roll. Nope. Roll equals. I don't think I have that, so let me. Pass down from access, from require project access. See if I remember where I put it. Let's wait. If there's no projects, project. Can use archived. Find where. All right, so I need to update this to include the owner role. Is this project something you'll be using for your own freelancing? You gonna monetize it? Yeah. I mean, the birthplace of this even idea was as I was getting into freelancing and like doing client work and things for people on the side, is that the whole kind of system and process of managing that client and managing those projects was just very frustrating and very annoying. And dealing with emails and dealing with constant check-ins and like, just a whole bunch of unnecessary steps that were added to just getting a simple job done was like very, very frustrating. And I was like, well, I'm learning to code. Right? So that whole email chain, email thread shit gets very, very annoying, very old, very fast. So I was like, let me just see what I can do. And this is kind of where it started. So yeah, I'm definitely going to be using it for myself 100%. This is basically based on my whole kind of process and understanding how the flow goes with a client and like understanding what the issues were from the jump is what like kind of put me on this path. And yeah, I do plan on kind of monetizing it. That's literally what I'm doing right now is basically managing the gating and the authentication and scoping and guards based on subscription level. Because right now it is pretty much done. My MVP version is done. I have all the features I want. Everything works very well. Last thing I need to do is add some monetization to it, which I'm going to do, which I'm kind of finishing up the touches right now. So yeah, I do plan on monetizing it. That's what I'm working on right now is enabling the monetization and making sure that clients see what they're supposed to see. Owners are supposed to see what they see, and users can see and access features that they're supposed to access right now. So that's literally the last kind of part of this. And then I'm planning on actually getting this up, hopefully before the end of this week. But monetization, yeah, key, definitely key. Which is a whole nother process in itself. Because this is actually the first kind of I would say monetized app that I've built so far. But I've learned a lot. Definitely learned a lot that I'm going to apply in a lot of different areas. What what do you build? Like what kind of things are you building? You working on any projects right now, or you work for like a company? All right, so let's see what it is. So organization role or its member role is not null. Role or its member and its role is null. Can upgrade workspace. Organization role equals owner. Okay. That should grabbed it. And let's see. Yep, it did. So I actually see this button now, which takes me again here where I will be able to upgrade. So then come back, log in. And come here. Still don't see it. Cool. All right, let's gate this. Last thing I want is I need to update these little badges here. It shows here, not showing here, and then I need to do the same thing I used to do for my task time cards. So index. Just do that. So you work full time, official title is consultant, but I'm basically a software engineer. We build custom solutions for big companies in manufacturing space. I just wrapped up a super huge data migration. Cursor really saved my team for accelerating development on some super complicated requirements. I mean, it sounds dope. It's definitely something I'm trying to do full time, and I think, I mean, more and more these days, roles in any company are completely getting blurred. Like people that aren't necessarily software developers or like in that kind of field are having to learn and understand a little bit of that. So like, I definitely understand that. I went to school for business management, so like my strong suit is honestly in business and branding and marketing and kind of like that side of things. But one thing I've noticed, especially as I've started to freelance, is that if you can connect those two worlds together, like the amount of work that you're able to get is exponentially larger because people are looking for like kind of like full scale kind of solutions. So that's one area that have definitely been helpful for me in terms of learning with coding is that I can also apply it to my other areas. Like, hey, I can build this for you, and I can also brand it for you and market for you, and kind of help you understand. And just understanding how a business kind of works is extremely useful when you're like building apps and stuff like that. So your team specializes in SQL, C++, and Python slash Bash. Okay. I'm pretty good at SQL. Like I'm definitely getting much stronger in SQL. C plus I have no idea, and then Python is probably the next kind of coding language I probably plan on going to learn after this. I hear that's pretty easy to learn if you understand JavaScript, so that's one thing that I'm definitely planning on kind of also learning here pretty soon. All right, that's updated. All right, let's update this one too. Um, Dashboard loading, organization task card. Let's go here. And you say cursor save your team for accelerating. I mean, honestly, I'm definitely not one of those, like, I'm not a huge AI proponent, but I'm definitely not a hater either. AI has saved me so much time. I would not have been able to get this app to the level it was at in the amount of time that I was able to without it 1000%. Like it definitely has the amount of time, especially if you're building a full app and you don't have like a huge team. Like I'm not one of those like it's got no uses. It's definitely got a ton of uses. I need to pass down a prop that indicates. Nice. You said you're also self-taught. Yep. Shout out to everybody self-taught out there, man. Like honestly, I think it's a huge sign for people that can go out there and like continue to push their skills and learn like that. So shout out to everybody self-taught for sure. Six to see another person in engineering. Honestly, my first degree was actually computer engineering. Like it was going to be computer engineering, and I was fully about to head down that path. But I also played basketball at a Division 1 level in college, and I was like, this ain't gonna work. I need to have a life, and I want to enjoy my college experience. So I fully switched to business management. So and so my first freelance gigs were also in web dev, and then kind of continued from there. So we actually kind of on a similar little path there. You said you graduated with a degree in poli sci econ. I mean, that's not an easy degree either. And then my first freelance gigs were web dev, so scraping. Okay, yeah. I mean, we got a little some parallels right there, man. Like, all right, let's pass this down. Task dot project frozen. Task dot. What is that? Oh, you're right. Wait, no. Oh, okay. So I'm joined my projects to my task table, and then I grabbed from my projects to Prosonet. All right, cool. And then I pass it down to this card. That makes sense. Let's do the same thing. Just default to you, and then do this, and then come here. Cool. Frozen. All right, let's come here. And then, all right, let's do this project. That worked. All right, cool. Last area is, let's see. I don't know if I need to because it's gonna be frozen anyways, but let's just see. Let's come here, come to task, completed interview. All right, since this is frozen, let's just go in here and add it anyways. Should be here. And then let's go. Why didn't it suggest that was weird? Project. Open that. Just make sure it's a boolean, and then yeah. That's not it. Oh, it is. All right. So all my tasks are done, and Projects are updated appropriately frozen. Needs to be changed here. Why is this? Just weird little areas. Am I West Coast, East Coast? You freelance or remote? Yeah, I'm West Coast. Hey, yeah, so far everything's been remote. Just kind of started getting into it more and more, but try to do as much remote as possible. But yeah, freelance and remote for sure. That's why I'm also building this so I can kind of scale up and be able to manage more and more kind of work, hopefully. That's why. So let's come here. Just see the difference. And this one wasn't. That's weird. Let's come here. This is frozen, but if I come to overview, it's not. That's so weird. All right. Oh, that's why. If, as I said, concludes frozen. All right, I'm not gonna fight this. Let's relocate. I'm assuming from the US, you West Coast, East Coast. All right, so I'm not gonna fight that. Let's see. All right, so task frozen. Project page frozen. But what is not happening is all right, cool. See what it did. So index was here. This. Oh, this is old. No, didn't include it for whatever reason. I bet. Frozen. Cool. And I need a banner right here to indicate. So let's do this. Organization layout and then sidebar. All right, so let's do this. So let's go wire up this to do. Almost there. Let's come here. Need to indicate these are frozen. Same with members. West Coast Los Angeles, man. What's up, man? Shout out to y'all. I spent like 4 years out there, but I'm nearby, man. AZ, stand up, man. This workspace frozen. Yeah, it's frozen at string. All right, so I don't know if I even have that table set up. Let's see. I think I need to add a frozen at timestamp for this. Let's just add, do I need to add a... I think I need to add a frozen at. Frozen at feels that to really kind of tighten things up, because right now it's doing a lot of work to kind of fake it. Roll data as frozen at string, not frozen as workspace frozen. Yeah, it's all fake, so I'm gonna... All right, so here's what I'm gonna do. I need to make sure better auth. Let's see, better auth. No, better auth, you got to use special calls to update the table. Okay. All right. Here's my data schema. All right, change the schema name or fields. You can pass schema option to the organization plugin. Additional fields. Okay, so that's what I need to do. So just gonna take this whole markdown, copy that, and then tell it, hey, All right, so when you work with third-party plugins and apps, especially like Better Off, if they're good, if they're well built for the future, they will have a copy markdown button, so you can just basically copy the entire documentation and then pass it on to your agents. You don't have to go through and read every single line and line everything up. It can just quickly scan that and implement it for you. So that's exactly what I just did. It should add those, and then let me tell it not to do the generation itself. I'm probably gonna do that myself, but Better Auth is by far the best authentication plugin that I've ever used, and it's my go-to from now on, quite honestly. So add this new field, and then like in the documentation, you come to additional fields type of right here is the extend your plugin. Cancellation, schema. Let's come here and check this. Let's go here. Let's go additional fields. Make sure it's right. Add additional fields, organization. Nope, that's not the one. All right, to add schema, additional fields, my custom field, type. All right, cool. Looks good. Good to know. Yeah, man. Is one trick that I learned early on that saves you so much time. Like if it is well written, if it's a new well written kind of third party application, they should have a button somewhere like right here up top, especially on Better Off, which is the best authentication app if you're using React. I don't even know. I think it might work for other languages, but in general, the one I always go to and grab is Better Off. And if you need to quickly parse documentation or you want to implement something and you don't want to have to do it yourself and scan every single line, come here, just go copy MD, paste that to your agent, and it does a really good job of finding what it needs and is 100% accurate and doesn't have to guess, because a lot of times it'll just go online and might get old links and old sources and give you bad kind of information. So it's what I do. Copy markdown, give it to your agent, and you will get way more accurate results and save a lot of time and headache and just a lot. It's definitely the go-to. Not every app is getting it, but I think more and more apps are starting to do that because a lot of people are obviously coding with agents. But all right, let's handle my. I would also suggest if you use DrizzleKit to handle your own generations and migrations, because sometimes agents do some weird things in files that it generates in terms of generating and migrating your DB that can cause some very annoying problems to figure out in the future, all because it generated the wrong files or did things in a janky way. I always let DrizzleKit kind of do it the way it wants, because if you let your agent do it, you're going to have some problems. Does the copied markdown have to be saved to some get ignored folder? If you delete the copied markdown file, doesn't remember that knowledge or context. I don't save it to anything. I just paste it directly into the chat, and it saves it to its own kind of memory because it has its own. At least on VS Code, the agents have their own kind of memory file that they keep track of everything. So you don't need to save it to ignore anything. You're not really exposing anything like that's not already publicly out there. And then if you do the copy markdown file, does it generate? I mean, it does a pretty good job. I don't know about switching chats like mine does, but if you what did it do? It's gonna add something. Deleted. Yeah, see, this is what I'm talking about. It tries to add its own migrations, which is kind of messed up. But from my experience, you don't need to delete anything. You don't need to add anything to get ignored, as long as you just paste it in the chat and kind of keep into that chat as much as you can. It typically does a pretty good job of remembering everything that's been done. Also, I don't know about if it's just a VS Code kind of plugin or not. But if you are on VS Code, it might be available somewhere else. If you have this thing called Spec Story, this thing is a lifesaver. Kind of like third party plugin that remembers all of your AI chat history and uploads it to a cloud kind of profile that you can have. So you can always kind of go back to it, even if you lose all context memory in your chat, it gets saved and fully documented on Spec Story. And then you can later on go to that site, copy the chat you need, or find whatever kind of problem or issue that you had, copy that and put it back into the chat and give it a full snapshot. So Spec Story, if you use agents a lot, it is a game changer, time saver, everything. So it remembers all your chats for you and syncs automatically to a cloud account for you that you can access from anywhere. It doesn't always have to be in memory on your machine in this chat. That's the thing. Either Spec Story, yeah, definitely look into it. It is phenomenal. Like honestly, it comes into this little folder up here. Let's see, right here, and it remembers pretty much all your history of all your chats right here, and full markdown so your agents can get a clear understanding of what's been done, what's happened, and then it saves to a profile online that you can literally access from anywhere. So another game changer if you use agents a lot is Spec Store. I would suggest everybody kind of like looks into that. For original organ additional fields. Okay. So let's see. Make for your repo. Let's go ignore. All right, so now that I got that field, I should be able to just come in here and grab it. It is frozen or not? Hold on. Is frozen? So I did update it. So now I can just grab it from the field directly. I don't have to do some janky workaround. But I do want to add another clause where it's either or. Um, let's do this. Let's see. Or current. No, not current role. You grab the subscription level of this. So let me add that later. Keep that, and then let's update this, extend this. All right, so I think I need to update how I freeze things now. So now I need to freeze all on workspaces and set those remaining dots. Freeze workspace completely is where? update. Okay, so let's go db dot. Set frozen at now where organization ID and then unfreeze all. Promise. Unfreeze all. Where is it? Let's do the same thing. No, cool. So I freeze the workspace when I do it, and I unfreeze it. I set it as that. Okay, and then freeze all owned. Set member set. Where's that role? What did I do? All right, that's fine. East limit is necessary. There's no members not frozen. All right, let me check my schema. Frozen out. All right, cool. Then I need to change this, so it should be frozen at. Let's come here.
Yeah.
Great channel, man. Appreciate this up. Let's see. Go manage. Here's my role. Table role. All right, badge member. And let's go. Cool. Absolutely does exist on member. All right, this is done. That's not. Solved members equals member array, promise all. Member rows. All right, then I'm gonna map through the member rows. ID, user ID, role, created that. Oh, that should fix it. What got me into software engineering? You said you want to do basketball engineering at the same time. I wouldn't say I wanted to do engineering and basketball at the same time. I wanted to do basketball. I was an athlete. I've always was an athlete. I knew I was gonna be a pro, and I knew I was gonna play at a high level in college. So my initial main goal was basketball, first and foremost. But when it came in terms of like majors and things I wanted to study, I knew I wanted to do something in tech for sure. I wanted to like I was always very invested in it and understood a lot about computers and always kind of did things on my own and like kind of self-taught in a certain way. So my initial thought was definitely kind of do computer engineering and kind of like get a deeper, better understanding of it because I enjoyed doing that type of thing. But it just wasn't gonna work like with the crazy amount of labs and excess shit that I would have to do and studying. I just didn't want to do it. Like I wanted to enjoy my college. I wanted to have fun. I wanted to, be a hooper and enjoy my experience and whatnot. So like I was like, that ain't gonna work. So I just went to business management. So um just wanting to be in software engineering is not even something I necessarily like knew I wanted to do. It was just something that I always found myself doing. It was just something I always enjoyed doing and like diving into and understanding how these systems work and connect and everything. I was always obsessed with websites and web and building stuff like that. So ever since like the early like MySpace days, it was just like creating crazy pages and all that. It's just something that I've always kind of been drawn to. So I wouldn't say it was a desire necessarily, but it was just something that I always just kept finding myself coming back to. All right, why is this not members not frozen at da, da, da. If this works. All right, so it's not updating. Let me see. I need to make this first. Bet you. That's what I thought. I mean, what about you? What got you into software development and stuff like that? All right, so memory role equals let's just change this whole thing around. I want to do this manually, so let's go refactor. It's checked first. And change the text to frozen if frozen. All right, so I don't got to do that myself. Should go ahead and do that. Clients should also go through the same thing. All right, so remember that frozen at text.gray should be 500, I believe. Wait, no. Yeah. All right, keep that frozen, frozen. Change this clients as well. And it worked. And let's change this. Let's change the status. Let's go. Um, all right, so I don't want to do this myself, so I'm gonna also just wire up this to do, and then right, mostly guarded. So here, projects, tasks, projects, you should not be able to do that as well. Let me disable that. Shouldn't be able to do this. All right, so it changed it, effective status. Otherwise, this badge. It's wrong, so I'm gonna come here, change this. All right, it's not gonna show yet because I need to rewire all that functionality, but that works. And then I also need to come in here. I need to gate these different areas, actions. On the back end, so the servers never happen. So let's come here. Let's see what I need to gate. I need to gate projects. Completing on workspaces. Project creation. Member. right, so there's a lot of areas I got to guard. So I got to guard against new projects. I have to guard against updating clients. Let's see. Yeah, client editing. That was weird. That's a weird bug. That's a list. You said you didn't know you liked engineering until after you graduated college. You were playing with REST APIs one summer and thought it was the coolest thing. And then first I was basically doing a bunch of spreadsheet stuff, so I challenged myself to do it all in, and it was fun. Do it all in R, and it was fun. I mean, yeah, like I mean, can't say I always knew engineering is what I like, and it's like what I like to do until I was like a little bit older, especially high school when I was like had a word to kind of put it towards. I just know I like building things. I like building shit, and I like building shit online and on computers and in software. And I just learned that okay, that's computer engineering, whatever. But like, it wasn't like a goal of mine early on. It was just something I was like, oh, this is what it is. This is what I like doing, and it's just like, all right, let me just kind of go in this direction more and more. And it's definitely a good feeling when you find something that you like genuinely enjoy doing. I think I love the building things, and I love the problem solving of building something more than anything else, for sure. That's a weird bug that freezes this. So member role changing, removal, and invitations. Actions. Resend. What else I gotta change? Guard against invitations, guard against that, and then all right, let's go editing workspace settings slash dar. All right, so there's a lot of areas it's got to have to guard on the back end before I even touch UI guards. But the best thing about these AIs is that I can just literally give it a giant list of things it needs to do, and it will do it. So then I'll go ahead later and figure out what needs to be modified. But you guard follow actions from completing a frozen project creation. All right, so it's going to go through a lot of my code and find those places on the back end and add a simple guard, which honestly it should put into a kind of component helper to reapply everywhere. So all right, and then lastly, I would add a reactivation button and then do more testing to make sure they can't access things they're not supposed to if they don't have the proper subscription. And then that would be pretty much the last thing I need to do for payments. Otherwise, payments is all set up. And just guards now, which can take a little bit and be a bit tedious. So I'm not going to do all that on stream. So frozen. This needs to be, well, it is actually guarded, but needs to be redone. guard all these actions. Paul, what up, man? Frozen stats, much improved, man. Appreciate that. It's definitely been a journey. There's a lot of tediousness that still needs to be done, but I'm not going to do all that on the stream. I'm just going to kind of let it run probably for the next 30, 40 minutes and then come in here later. Do I have strategies for quality control on what the AI agent returns so it doesn't over engineer or do an implementation that works but don't understand? The best way I've been able to manage AI is to do it kind of first yourself, or to kind of scaffold the skeleton of what you want and be very, very explicit in terms of like what exactly you're looking for and what you need. So obviously the more you understand coding and like the process of building something and like what works and what doesn't work and what's kind of the best way of doing something is kind of crucial, because then you can really kind of like direct AI. Like I fully direct my AI, like, and it has a clear understanding of like how I code, how I build things, how the functions of my app is working, and be very explicit. Like you need to stay within those parameters. I don't think people are explicit enough when they're doing those prompts. They kind of let it do whatever it wants to do, and it doesn't give it examples. So honestly, if you give AI agents examples of what you want, and if you can find like documentation of what you want, that is the clearest way of getting it to do exactly what you want it to do. Like there's been a few times where, especially like on the front end, where like I wanted to do a specific thing, but maybe I found it online. I'll take that entire code and I will give it to it, and it does exactly what I need to do. But if you just give it the free range to kind of just do whatever it wants, then yeah, you can kind of get into some kind of sticky areas. But I've also known that if you tell it like, hey, do this with security in mind and with best practices, it also kind of helps mitigate things. Like never 100%, but it does a pretty good job. Other than that, like you kind of still have to review a lot of code. Main issue I find with agents is that they do a lot of duplication and unnecessary code, and like doing a lot of things where it's like, hey, why isn't this in a helper? Why isn't this? But honestly, once you kind of like direct it into like put everything into the components and helpers and to minimize bloat, it typically does a pretty good job. It's just being explicit in your prompts and everything is the main kind of thing I've noticed. I try not to let it just kind of run wild. See, so like right here, for example, it put this into a component and I didn't explicitly tell it to, but because I had been working with this agent for a while and it's viewed my code base, and I have a lot of examples of where I pull out a lot of these type of functions into helper files, it does a pretty good job of understanding like this is how I want my code structured, and it does it. So if you give it examples of what to do, it's going to do it pretty much a good way. But if you just let it run wild, yeah, you're going to run into some pretty crazy stuff that it does. I thought I was gonna have to come back in here and be like, hey, take this out, put this in over, but because I've already done that multiple times, it's kind of just does it automatically now. So yeah, so it's going through a lot of files and changing and refactoring a lot of things. This is a huge help for me that I don't have to come in here and add all these guards manually. All right, I'm guarding all these routes. Create auth middleware. And I've gotten really good at like scanning code, just in general, and understanding what it's doing. So the faster you are kind of scanning and understanding, and if you can understand what's going on, yeah, you can get through it. You can catch issues pretty quickly. Workspace return. This workspace current frozen right on. All right, so this is starting all my actions. Just adding it to settings. Yep. So it's guarding all my submissions and everything, so things can't be saved on a frozen project or workspace. Recent magic link, cancel project. So again, guarding my actions. So yeah, if you see a lot of codes that it outputs on my kind of apps, they do a pretty good job of like understanding how you code and like your kind of patterns and tries to emulate it. Sometimes it does some weird things, but generally this is how I like lay out my pages and my code already from the start. So it does a pretty good job picking up on that. And it's also been vice versa. I've also learned some things from the way it's coded certain things that like I wouldn't necessarily approached or thought about, but it actually was the better and more efficient way. And I've kind of started to pick up on that as well. So it's a two-way street, but always having control and range of it is kind of my go-to right now. All right, workspace frozen. Guard my uploads is frozen. Cool. Can't remove a member. Cool. Role permissions. Great. So you can't change permissions, can't change the logo, can't remove a member, can't re-invite a member, and what else we got? Can't manage a client, basically change their details. Update archive, include string, cool. Return error. Same for clients. You throw an error. This is all action server side. So this is not going to show up on my UI, but this gives me the kind of peace of mind that somebody's not going to code a way around this. This makes frozen. All right. All right, cool. So that added a bunch of server side guards for me, and I'm gonna come in and tell it to extend that to these buttons, basically, instead of even allowing you to submit anything, as you can still do right now. I'm going to tell it to instead show a pop-up basically saying that you can't do it because it's frozen. So for projects and for clients and for messengers. All right, so next thing I'm gonna do is literally tell it, okay, now extend this to the UI, create a shared workspace, frozen modal that displays when an action button that is guarded is clicked. For all of the relevant cancellation routes. So one thing I've also noticed AI, because it already has very recent context of all the pages and routes that it already updated and changed and guarded. And once you go back in here again and tell it to do something like change all the UI, you don't need to kind of like insert that context. It is already picking up on that. So try to do it like immediately after, especially if it's continuing to in that same kind of pattern. If I was to tell it to do 3 other things and then come back to this again, it might lose that context. But if you do it right now, it will automatically have the context of all the different routes that it needs to change. And it will go in there and literally wire this up. But I can't test this now because I added this column after the fact, and I need, before I can even retry this, I need to implement reactivation of a canceled subscription, and then I can get a full test going of this with everything that's been happening. But it's getting there. I should actually be out just done by the end of this night. But this is gonna take a little while, so I'm gonna run through a few more things, and I will be back probably tomorrow, honestly, and try to put these finishing touches on this before I get this up live this week. So hopefully I'll be able to get this all done tonight, and then tomorrow will just be kind of quick checks and testings and making sure everything's flowing and functioning right. And then I'll finish off my SEO, and that'll pretty much be it for this kind of SaaS that I'm doing, at least the first MVP version. Then hopefully I'll be able to get this up this week. So I'm about to hop off, but man, I appreciate y'all for joining and chatting and everything. Give me a follow. I'll follow some of y'all back, and definitely be aware when you guys pop back in here, and can keep building, man. Appreciate y'all for tuning in.